Hey there, what's happening? Welcome to a Tuesday. Track should be fast. We had a little bit of moisture in the track. Say it with me, moisture. So, looks like it's going to be fast though for the first of 8. Cloudy conditions, winds beautiful, not too bad. Good racing conditions. We do have some changes for you. I'll announce those after this. If you are here in attendance in Collinsville, please rise and take off those hats for the playing of our Star-Spangled Banner. Back up top on level 3 of the grandstands. That's where I'm located, on top of everyone. Okay, race number 1 changes. Scratch out number 7. Last Candy. Jockey change on number 2, Safe, Javier Ortega. Third race, we have 3 scratches. The 1 Scrapbook, the 5 Awesome Sunday, and the 8 Anna After Midnight. Race number 6 has a defection. Scratch out number 1, Macho Ronnie. In the 8th race, have a couple of overweights. The 1 is +1. The 3 is +3. Jockey change on the 5. I'm the innocent one. We'll go to Julio Felix. If you miss any of those changes, don't fret. Just read the bottom, the crawl as they call it in TV terms, on your TV monitors. All right, now, I'm going to introduce you to a man who was El Caliente over the last couple of days, hitting multiple race wagers. Would you please welcome Peter Lurie?
Wow. All I got to tell you is Keith Nelson is now my manager and agent. Thank you very much, Keith. We've gotten lucky, I believe, over the time, but hey, we're cashing some checks. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon and welcome. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, and it looks like the rain going to be a little light today. They were thinking it might be a lot more than it is, but currently it's just going to be a little light, which is good for all of us. It looks like over the next hour there might be some wind, so I don't know if that plays into your handicapping, but you might want to take a look. Hey, talk about muy caliente. Let's talk about the jockey and trainer standings. Alexander Bendesu, as usual, off to a flying start and is currently with 28 winners going into today's card, is way atop the Delta Pledge class here. Johannes Arengaren, not too shabby. Second in the spot here with 16. Adamir Santos and Angel Stanley. I mentioned Stanley. Man, is he having a great beginning of this meet. Both of them with 13 and 12 respectively. And then it's Julio Felix and Travis Wales tied for the 5th spot in with 10. As far as the trainers are concerned, well, you know what you're expecting. You're going to expect to see Scotty Becker, way in front. 23 wins from 84 starts. Jimmy Watkins, as I mentioned before, amazing. He is right now at 11 wins here. Way to go, Jimmy. The Durham Barn and Ralph Martinez both tied for 4th at 9. And Harry Lynch, you gotta love Harry Lynch right now with 6. Hey, want to shout out to one of my friends of the California set who right now is downstairs checking out the horse flesh, and I'm sure getting ready to make a wager or two. That is, of course, Dean Greenman. Dean Greenman, long time horseman here in California. I love him like a brother, and he is down there right now. So, hey, Dean, welcome to Collinsville and Fairmount Park. It's going to be a beautiful day. What can I tell you? We got some good racing coming up. A couple of scratches that I did want to see happen, but we've made some adjustments as it were, and we'll get to those in just a little bit, in about 10 minutes, in fact. So, on behalf of Keith Nelson, myself, everyone at Excel Entertainment, we would like to welcome you to Fairmount Park. 20 minutes to post. Welcome back, everybody. The horses are in pretty quick before I go any further. Dean Greenman, you just tried to get a hold of me. I have no idea how to get a hold of you. So if you can, text me back. I would greatly appreciate that. Welcome back, everybody. We're 19 minutes out. We're looking at a 1 mile. These are Illini bred maiden special weights. You know what that means? That $10,000 purse increase now at $38,000. As the horses are down in the paddock to start out the 50-cent pick 5. I got a ticket. Hopefully you do too. Let's take a look at the runners. As far as the field is concerned, yes, there was for me a significant scratch in the 7 last. Candy hopefully is okay. I still got on top the 5 horse, and one you see right in front of you there, that's Raz on Fire. Not surprised the horse is 7-5 for Eddie Essenpriest. This horse likes to come in second a lot. So if you were going to try to beat a horse, this is the type you try to beat. I'm not thrilled with the rest of the field. So even though they've been second 5 races in a row, this could just be their chance for this 5-year-old daughter of Flirting Line. From the grandsire is Land of David. Jazzle, the sire of the Dam. Razima Jazzle, guessing. 0 for 3 at the distance, but has been knocking on the door. 2 seconds and a third. As far as the Brisnet Speed Index numbers, if you believe in them, and you know I do, this is the top one. Absolutely the top one, no question about it. Ademir Santos aboard. There is no real speed in the race, so don't be shocked if Raz on Fire ends up on the lead. There is Eddie. Horse looks nice, good. Ears kind of pointed forward, but twitching back and forth, which I like. You know, that's just a feeling of awareness. I believe it's a confidence of a horse who's feeling good, and I think that horse looks like the obvious one to beat. Go to the rail trip, and you got Fancy Feet, currently the second choice at 5-2. Alexander Bendesu, the leading rider at the meet for the Steve Fridley barn. This is a 3-year-old Cupid. Grandsire Tappet, Candy Ride. I've had those before. They're runners. He tried the distance with this one time before. She came in third, and that was the last time. Although she was beat 9 lengths, the winner absolutely freaked on the group by 7 3/4 back on May 26. So could be a good spot for them. Again, because there's really no pace in the race, it'll be interesting to see with the rail trip where they decide to go. We're starting things out with a mile. I love that. I wish there'd be more of them, but I think as the year goes on, there'll be a lot more horses that are fit enough to run those mile races. The top 3 for me, I'm a Midnight Lady, the 4 horse. Kind of ran a 1-paced mile last time out. 0 for 9, 1 second, 2/3. Has only tried the mile 4 times and had a second. Now, if you believe in the Brisnet numbers, this is the second speed rating. Corey Orm gets the call. He's hitting at about 12% for Gabe Rantano. Got his win. I believe it might have been last weekend. So that's a good thing. Way to go, Gabe. He was 1 for 27 coming into the meet. So hopefully could be in a good spot. And you see they're taking their time. I think basically they're saying, hey, man, we don't usually come over till 15, 16. Why you guys got here so early? I do not know. Anywho, 5-1-4 is how I see it with that scratch of the 7 horse. Pick 5, I'm just going to go with the 1 and the 5. I think I don't need to go any farther than that. Raz on Fire, currently at 6-5. Not a great number to have, but you know what? If you're going to try to beat one, 5 seconds in a row, this might be the one. Horses are going to be coming out in about 5 minutes. Good luck.
Field coming out to the main track for the running of the first of 8 this Tuesday. This one contested at the 2-turn mile distance. These are Illinois-bred, maiden, fillies, and mares for a purse of $38,000. Maiden specials, scratch number 7, Last Candy. Post time coming up over the fast going in 8 minutes. Favorites have been winning thus far this meet at a 46% strike rate. This will be the first of 4 2-turn races on today's card. Spotty showers throughout the racing day. Temperatures in the mid-70s as of now. Post time coming up for race 1 in 5 minutes. Pick 5 just 5 minutes away. 2 minutes. Field of 6 fillies and mares, Illinois breds, headed to the mile starting position. You have 1 minute for all wagers. Final bets for race number 1. They've reached the starting gate. Fancy Feet, I'm a Midnight Lady, move up. Lauren's War. Raz on Fire, Even Money. Collie Race Kitty. Union Roar. They're set. Good luck and good racing continues at Fairmount Park. Rearing up at the start, maybe a dwelt for I'm a Midnight Lady. Out very well from the outside stall is Union Roar and Fancy Feet. These two go on with it early. Next and third, sitting a good seat, is Raz on Fire. Fourth is Lauren's War. Midway around the turn, no pace from Collie Race Kitty, and that dawdling start has I'm a Midnight Lady desperately last. They go past the three-quarter pole down the backstretch run. Nothing between the two front runners, Fancy Feet and Union Roar in their own little battle, 5 lengths or 6 lengths ahead of Raz on Fire. Next comes Lauren's War. Collie Race Kitty has one beaten, and that is I'm a Midnight Lady, still about 15 lengths from front to back. No pace on, but they're not doing each other any favors past the half-mile point. It's Fancy Feet by a half a length. Union Roar continues to be a pest in that one side. Moving up is Raz on Fire. No change in fourth, Lauren's War. Far, far back, I mean far back, the Collie Race Kitty, and I'm the Midnight Lady. Here comes Raz on Fire to roll up to greet the front runners, dropping out his Fancy Feet. The leader is Union Roar, has to deal with Raz on Fire as they spin on in the opening race here at Fairmount Park. Desperate is Fancy Feet, coming back a bit is Lauren's War. They're into the stretch, final furlong. It's Raz on Fire, sticking to it is Union Roar. Might have to shift out, but it's Raz on Fire at even money to win the opener by about 2.5 lengths. Union Roar a good second, then it was Lauren's War and Fancy Feet. It's all right, I'll stall. In the first race, number 5, Raz on Fire at even money. Second, Union Roar at 4-1. The 2, Lauren's War, 17-1, and the 1, Fancy Feet at 5-2. Second choice is fourth. Opening race exacta, $6.40 for $1. The trifecta, $48.15. Trifecta. How about the superfecta? $25 and change. Moving on into the winner's circle, the maiden no more. Number 5, Raz on Fire, and jockey Adam Arsentos. Owned and bred in Illinois by Kathleen Halloran. Trained by Eddie Essenprice. Raz on Fire, 5-year-old daughter of Firing Line out of the Jazzle mare, Razamajazzle. The winning time for a mile, 1:43 1/5 of a second. The 7 was scratched in race 1. Second race, we go 5 1/2 furlongs, $4,000 the claiming price. These are $4,000 Illinois bred or foaled, non-winners of a race this year, or non-winners of 2 races in their careers, or non-winners of 2 races from 2025 to thus far in 2026. So $4,000 Illinois bred beaten claimers. We have Javier Ortega to ride number 2 safe with a field of 6 sprinters coming up next in 20 minutes.
Welcome back, everybody. 14 minutes to post. Race number 2, second half of the double and the start of the $1 pick 3 and $1 pick 4. Welcome back, everybody, especially our folks watching on YouTube with the YouTube Live. Just check on the Fairmount Park icon. So if you're not at the track, you can watch right there. It's an interesting race, but congratulations out to Eddie Essenpris, who got the victory with 5 Raz on Fire. Races like that, when there's not a lot of speed, basically it just kind of sets it up, especially when 2 of them decide to go out and send the early fractions. Eddie could win himself a daily double, but that still remains to be seen. Let's take a look at the runners. Go to the top for myself, and well, he's getting bet down. I was hoping we could avoid that, but it is what it is. 6 horse Danza Taxi for leading trainer Scotty Becker and his longtime partner Charles Ritter. They didn't breed this one. This was a Don Martin Illini bred, 6-year-old gelded son of Danza, who last time out got the win in a very similar condition. The condition is actually Illini bred 4,000 3-year-olds and upward, which have not won a race in 2026 or which have not won 2 races. So he's in that situation. He's a multi-winner, but he still qualifies for it. Did not win in 2025 after 4 lifetime starts. So he gets the win. Travis Wales stays aboard. If we've mentioned before, I love the way this cat rides. Sits incredibly well on a horse. The front wraps are not new. They've been there for the last 3 of the last 4 races. And this horse ran against some tougher company. They're looking at eclipsing $112,000 in earnings. As far as the condition of the distance, 2 tries here. The distance of 5.5 furlongs, and they got a win with 1 of them. Move our attention to the rail trip. That is 1. Looking for Bala. Huge overlay right now for Eddie Essenpris. This horse, they tried a little speed. I'm not really sure what this horse's defined style is. They've tried speed, they've tried taking back. 5 wins from 19 starts. They do have a win at the distance, but last time out, they jumped on top back in October and just plumb got tired. It's been a while since October 14th, so I don't think cutting back in distance works either way, but I still think this is a horse that makes sense. With the early speed, I wouldn't be surprised with the rail trip if they just go, because I think their hand is kind of forced. The problem is there's 2 other horses in the race who also have speed, and that could be to their detriment. In fact, Danza Taxi, the reason why I liked him, is driving on the outside. He's got speed, but he's also in that spot where if nobody goes, they go. If so, he can sit off the flank and make 1 run. Horse makes sense. This is a huge drop, by the way, for Looking for Bala. It's been an optional claiming allowance races for quite some time. Was in an open 25 on October 14th, and now they're showing up for 4,000. So I think Eddie's being very realistic with this homebred and just deciding it's time to, if they want them, take them. 5 horse here is One Putt Richie for owner-trainer Ralph Martinez. 8-year-old geld son of Mizzenmast. Was in a bit of a pace hookup last time, back on May 16th, going that distance of 5.5 in this similar condition. Battled the whole way around and was second, well clear of the 3rd horse in a field of 6. This is a hard-knocking 8-year-old gelding who's got 56 races under the belt. 29 of the 56 have hit the board. Of the distance, 19, 4 wins, 7 seconds, 4 thirds. If you believe in the Brisnet Speed Index numbers, and you know I do, this is the top number. This is the top number in the field, and you get leading rider Alexander Bendesu aboard. So could be in a good spot here, but again, another one that's got speed. It's a tough one to hack on. The horse in front of us there is the 3 Full Magazine. One of 2 here for Eddie and Shelley Essenpris. This horse was a decent 3rd last time out, but to me, I don't know if it was the good track, but it was kind of one-paced. Last time this horse was in a competitive race was an open 10 last year back in May. So 0 for 8 at the distance. If you're looking for a horse, maybe for some exacta combos or trifectas, this could be your horse. Makes sense. However, comma, they could win, but provided all three of the potential speed horses decide to drive each other in the ground. And if they do, this is the most likely horse to pick up the pieces. So, 6, 1, 5, 3. How I see it here in race number 2. Reminder, it's $1 pick 3, $1 pick 4, and the second leg of not only the daily double, but of the 50-cent early pick 5. Good luck.
Wagering menu for this upcoming second race, sprinting 5 1/2 furlongs. You have win, play, show available, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, rolling daily doubles, rolling pick threes. You have the early $1 pick 4 sequence that begins in 6 minutes. Race time in 3 minutes. You still have 1 minute. Field of 6 is headed towards the starting gate. They've reached the starting gate for race 2, loading in. Looking for Bala, safe. In the center, Holden Michael. Next in, one putt, Richie. Dan's a taxi. Last in, full magazine. They're in the gate. And they're off. Perfect getaway. From the outside, Danza Taxi wants to go and go now. Looking for Bala is used for speed up close in second. Running third is Full Magazine, flanked on the outer by One Putt Richie the Gray. The last two separated right there by many paths down the backstretch is Holden Michael, and last is Late Running Safe. 10 lengths from front to back. Around they go. It's Looking for Bala, who's been bet down to 2-1, out by a length and a half from the oncoming Danza Taxi. Full Magazine third, 4 off the lead, and then another half length. One Putt Richie not showing good signs at all. Well back are both Holden, Michael, and Safe. They're way back. Good blaze for the opening quarter in 22-2 as they spin on in. It's Danza Taxi to inherit the lead from Looking for Bala. Next comes Full Magazine wandering out the center of the grandstand side. But it's Danza Taxi on the board at 4-5. Danza Taxi dispenses with a tough Looking for Bala. Full Magazine for third. Danza Taxi wins by a length. Looking for Bala, very good second. Then it was Full Magazine, and sticking around was One Putt Richie. Entering the winner's enclosure, winner of today's second race, number 6, Danza Taxi, and jockey Travis Wales. Co-owned by Charles Ritter and trainer Scott Becker. Danza Taxi is bred in Illinois by Don Martin, a 6-year-old gelded son of Danza out of the Dare mare. Forever a Friend. Stopped the clock in 1:06 and 2/5 of a second, 106.59. Paid $360, $220, $210. The exacta $370, trifecta $470. The early double, $3.80, and the 10-cent super, almost $1.30. In the third race, 3 scratches. We sprint 6 furlongs, 4,000 beaten claimers, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. Scratch the 1 Scrapbook, the 5 Awesome Sunday, and the 8 Anna After Midnight. The bell signifying donations being made, courtesy of the Winning Connections, to the Thoroughbred Aftercare Program. Third race comes up in 20 minutes.
15 minutes to post for race number 3. Welcome back, everybody, at Fairmount Park on this Horse Hooky Tuesday. And from what I've been told, the crowd looking pretty good. Even with a little light rain earlier, that's not going to. During the summer, Collinsville and St. Louis folks, they're welcoming it. Welcome back, everybody. Also, for those of you who are watching around the country and parts of North America, they're on YouTube with the YouTube Live and the icon for Fairmount Park. We got ourselves a 6 furlongs, $4,000 conditional to start off another $1 pick 3. We're 2 for 2 in our early pick 5. Let's see if we can keep the momentum going. Let's take a look at the runners. Rain is continuing to come down. I can see it right there. 7 horses Alternative Grace. That's our top selection in the race. Remember, 3 scratches to report. Scrapbook is out. The same can be said for the 5 Awesome Sunday, and that was a big scratch, I believe, as well as the 8 horse Anna After Midnight. All 3 are out of this race. As far as Alternate Grace is concerned, probably the one who gets a shot to try to catch Tina's Tapazar, but now with all the scratches, I hope you have Tina's Tapazar in your pick 5, because I do not, and this could be the end of our run here in the pick 5. This horse has proven they can be closer. Back on May 2nd this year, they were a 9-length winner to break the maiden. Showed up in a non-winners of 2, won again. Tried the non-winners of 3, was pinched at the start, really lost all chance, and then comes in for a $4,000 conditional. Now, there's a lot of people who might say, well, that horse is dropping in class. They are and they aren't. Being as I was an owner for a couple of decades, I know there's been many a time where the trainer will give you a phone call and say, hey, listen, the race we want isn't available in the condition book. It will be in the next one. We're going to have to wait 2 or 3 weeks to get to it. There is a race that makes sense. Do you want to go in this, or do you want to wait? Most owners are saying, I'm not paying bills to wait. I'm paying bills to race. So that's probably what is the case with this one. Scratch the 5, as I mentioned, Awesome Sunday, big scratch in the race. Let's get to the 3 horse, and that is Blaze Beauty for Eddie Essenprice. This horse made up a little bit of ground last time out, but this is one who definitely needs some help up front. 5.5 furlongs, 47. I know for this category of horse probably makes sense, but it's just not fast enough to have a horse that comes off the pace to catch him up. Horse has not won a race since early 2025. They're 2 for 20 with 4 seconds and 5/3. So really an exotic type of horse. I did use, but again, not one of those type of races that I think he can get too excited about. The 2 horse is Life of Saturdays. Now, with the scratches, I included this one in the pick 5. Another one who likes to come in 2nd and 3rd a lot. Kind of grinded out both the races, a 2nd, beaten 3/4 of a length back on May 23rd. Coming off the big layoff on May 9th, they made up 6 lengths from the top of the stretch and got beat a 1/2 length for the whole thing. So, if there is some kind of pace, this Arkansas bred who went through the Texas summer sale of 2020, she's an 8-year-old whose grandsire is Uncle Mo. She could be right there. I think this is a horse that definitely I hope you have in your pick 5 ticket. 5 for 34 lifetime with 10 seconds and 1/3. So 7-3-2 is how I see it. I know Keith and I both have the same horse on top. This is the start of a $1 pick 3. Hopefully you are live in your pick 4 and your pick 5. Horses will be coming out on the track shortly. Rain is starting to fall, but it's light. Don't get too worried. Good luck.
Hey, in our second race, we did have a claim. The runner-up, the 2nd place finisher in race 2, Looking for Bala, was claimed out of race number 2 for $4,000. New owner, Valeria Llanos. New trainer, Fernando Bahena. Number 1, Looking for Bala, claimed from race 2. Race number 3 sprints 3/4 of a mile over the fast going. It's written for fillies and mares, 3 years of age and up, that have not won a race at September 16th last year, or that have never won 3 races. Scratch the 1, 5, and 8. Wagering menu: win and place wagering, exacta, trifecta, superfectas. You have rolling daily doubles and rolling pick threes. Post time 8 minutes. Race number 3, sponsored by Travelers SRM Group, will be on hand in the winner's circle after this race is made official. And join us live on YouTube. Get to the Fairmount Park racing section, click on the live racing icon, and there you have us. The Travelers SRM Group third race today in 4 minutes. Hey, make sure you head on into long shots. Right by the 16th pole, not on the track, just across from it. Outside rail, please. Head on down there. Great food. Great drink. We got the football matches on too that have already started. Remember, the late game is in Kansas City, Argentina. 4 years ago, winning the World Cup against Algeria. You have 1 minute. Looks like the horse is getting organized to head to the starting gate. Less than a minute for all wagers in the third. Rain has stopped. Life of Saturday's first in the starting barrier. Tina's Tapazar. Blaze Beauty. Last in will be Delta Lady. They're in the gate. And they're off. Perfect dispatch. Delta Lady flashing some pace. There comes Tina's Tapazar second. Third on the outside, Alternative Grace. Next comes Blaze Beauty. And down in the pocket towards the rail is Life of Saturday's last, but only 4 lengths would cover them. On the front, Tina's Tapazar is out by 2.5 lengths. Outside second, Alternative Grace. Moseying up through is Blaze Beauty to challenge for that runner-up spot. It's a little bit back to Delta Lady, who started off well, is now fourth, and last is Life of Saturday's under a drive. 3-pronged attack around the turn past the 550 mark. Tina's Tapazar got a little breather, still has to fend off Alternative Grace, and right between is Blaze Beauty. Far back we have, no change, Delta Lady and Life of Saturday's coming to life as they spin on in the home stretch. On the wide outside, Alternative Grace has taken over the proceedings. Alternative Grace by half a length. Floundering is Blaze Beauty, but coming on back. Alternative Grace and Blaze Beauty. These are the two. Up to third is Life of Saturdays. It's Alternative Grace at 2-1. To score by about 3/4 of a length from Blaze Beauty in second. Then it was Life of Saturdays third. Race 3 now official. Welcome back to the winners and closer winner of today's third race, number 7, Alternative Grace, and jockey Victor Lara. Owned by Lynch's Racing LLC. Harry Lynch in charge. Alternative Grace is a 4-year-old daughter of Alternation out of the Jumpstart mare, Indiana Anna, bred in Indiana by Dr. Richard Hammer. The 1, 5, and 8 were scratched from race number 3. There was no show wagering. The dollar exact to $5.60, trifecta $5.70, race 2 and 3 double $8.30, 10-cent superfecta $3.11. Moving on. Another 2-turn mile coming up, $5,000 the claiming price. Fillies and mares, 3 years of age and upwards, which have never won 2 races. No changes to the field of 8 milers coming up next. Post time in just about 20 minutes.
Welcome back, everybody. It's 17 minutes to post for race number 4 on the card here. Welcome back to Fairmount Park. If you're not on track, it's highly recommended go to YouTube. Fairmount Park is on their YouTube live channel.
Welcome back, everybody.
And I've got volume going everywhere, which is a huge mistake on my part, but I'm going to turn it down right now. It's amazing. Oh well, live TV. Let's talk about it. 1 mile, 5,000 non-winners of 2 lifetime. Horses are down in the paddock. Good field going 2 turns. Let's take a look at the runners. Looking at the field here, a $5,000 group, and I got the 6 on top. See if we can keep this momentum going here. Girls Knicks out now, which for all you New York Knickerbocker fans, this is like a must bet. It has to be, correct? Has to be. This horse, Ademir Santos, aboard for the Charlie Davis barn. Davis, owner and trainer of this 3-year-old daughter of Knicks Go, whose grandsire was Painter. Broken Vow mare, Princess Dior. I've had Broken Vows before. They're usually very versatile. 2 turns, the horse has never tried it before, so we're in that uncharted territory. I tend to think that this horse should be able to get it. Was training down at Lone Star Park. In fact, that was the last recorded work, was last year in June. Showed up here on May 28th at 3 furlong 38. To me, it was just a once to get over the track. Whether or not they're good enough right off the bat, I guess we're going to have to find out. But I thought this horse made a tremendous amount of sense. But in the pick 5, I used 3 horses. It's not like I singled this one. The 7 horse to the outside is Win With Color, who I figured at even money would be the betting favorite, but right now is a huge overlay at 4-1. Scotty Becker, Charles Ritter, and Scott Becker, the owners and breeders of this 5-year-old daughter of Galib. As I've mentioned before, in the Illinois area, Galib is a very popular sire. A good third coming back off that April 14th debut for the new year on May 5th. Showed up 3 weeks later on the 26th and ran a little bit better, good second. So I can understand if you like this horse. I was a little surprised they were even money. Morning Line, another one who's never tried a mile. There have been a few who have, but they never really did much in them. Risky Spirit, here's another one for the Scotty Becker group, for Charlie Ritter and Scotty Becker. This is not one of their homebreds. This was a Floridian 5-year-old daughter of Kozan who went through the OBS Winter 2023 sale. Got this one for $7,000. Hopefully that pans out. A 1 for 12 so far with 3 seconds and 2/3, but in the same category with most of the contenders, has never gone a mile before. So it'll be interesting to see how they play this thing out. Rolling our attention over to the 1, that is Lucian with Harry Lynch. Lynch looking for back-to-back winners on today's card. I did not include. I just don't really see it where they can win. Now, if you're looking for a positive, back in June and July of last year here, against non-winners of 3 and a 10,000 non-winners of 2, the 3, they didn't do anything, didn't run a step. In the non-winners of 2, when they stretched out to a mile, they ran a pretty good race, although be it very even. Second, beating a length for the whole thing in a field of 6. Then they turned around and came right back in the same condition, and they were second best in a field of 8. But the winner won, I remember this race, Hootie Hoot, by 21 lengths. So, you know, they were second, but they could have been last and eased when you get beat that bad. Since then, really has not done much, but here they are back to the $5,000 non-winners of 2 lifetimes. So, Angel Stanley, very, very tough rider at these days. But for me, it's a little tough to try to beat this horse. Or I should say, for this horse to try to beat the field. So, as far as the field is concerned, with 12 minutes to go, 6, 7, 3, 1. I'm using the 3, 6, and 7. Not only in my $1 pick 3 second leg, but in the 4th leg of our pick 5. Horses getting ready to come out on the track. Good luck.
Field of 8 fillies and mares headed to the racing surface for the running of the 2-turn mile distance. Non-winners of 2 races. There are no changes to the 4th race in your program. Win, place, show wagering available. You have rolling pick 3s. You have rolling daily doubles. Trifecta, superfecta. All kinds of wagering opportunities if you're of age. Post time coming up in 8 minutes. Six minutes until race 4. 6 minutes. 3 minutes. Field is an eighth of a mile behind the starting gate. You still have 1 minute for all wagers. Get it done. Race number 4 is headed to the starting gate. Red-headed stranger first in. Final wagers for the 4th. Lucian moves in. Heavily backed Girls Knicks now. Steel Proud. Win with Color. Another beautiful Tuesday crowd. 74 degrees trackside. Waiting on Chant Nation and Diva Las Vegas. They're in the gate. Flag is up. And they're off. Perfect getaway. Quickly out of the stall was Win with Color. Also Diva Las Vegas showing some good speed, getting bumped around turn number 1 as Girls Nix Now had to back out and is now 5th around the first turn. Also moving a bit awkwardly up towards the front, Risky Spirit has now dropped anchor. On the front, it's Diva Las Vegas, 15-1, sprinting to the front past the 3/4 mark, all alone by 6 or 7 lengths. Chant Nation is second. Redheaded Stranger is third. Running back in 4th and 5th, Girls Nix Now and Win with Color. Moving on up from far back is Risky Spirit. And late on the scene, very much late, is Steel Proud, and Lucian has to make up, a long way. On the front, out by double digits past the half mile in 47 4. That's an isolated Diva Las Vegas. Trying to slow them down now, Diva Las Vegas. On the front end, here's Win with Color, taking up the runner-up position. Redheaded Stranger is faltering in third. Girls Nix Now has to make up 10 lengths. So does Lucian on the far outside, who means business today. Next to Chant Nation is moving up well. On the rail, Risky Spirit, and last around the turn is Steel Proud. They have inherited and inhaled the front runner. We're now down to Lucian, who takes over from Win with Color. Lucian, Win with Color up into third is Chant Nation. Down the crown of the course is Girls Nix Now, but it's Lucian. Lucian gonna win her second race in a very, very long time. She won her first race well back 2 years ago, and today is a marketed day for her. Lucian 12-1. Win with Color 3-2. 3 Risky Spirit 5-1. And the 4 Chant Nation at 45-1. Entering the winner's circle for the second time in her 40th lifetime start, number 1 Lucian and jockey Angel Stanley, owned by JW Racing Group LLC. Bred in Illinois by Dr. Terry Morgan, a daughter of Revolutionary out of the Sarland mare Lily Luna. A 6-year-old Lucian. The training job, the training victory, back-to-back for the Harry Lynch barn in races 3 and 4. Congratulations all around in a well-timed ride by Angel Stanley. All 8 ran in race number 4. The trifecta, $107.55, exact at $34 and change. Race 3 and 4, double on $1. 7 with 1, $45.60. 10-cent superfecta, almost $210. The pick 3 for races 2, 3, and 4, 6, 7, and 1, $417.50. Lucian paid $26.80 to win, $8.80 to place, $5.80 to show.
16 minutes to post for race number 5. Welcome back, everyone. The start of the late pick 4 for our Tuesday. I guess if you're going to get beat and knocked out in the 4th leg of your pick 5, might as well be Harry Lynch. Way to go, Harry. Back-to-back winners on today's card. We're looking at 6 furlongs, 15,000 non-winners of 3 lifetime, not only for the $1 pick 4, but also for the $1 pick 3. No scratches in the field of 7. Let's take a look at the runners. As far as the field is concerned, I would say shortstop would be the way we are trying to lean towards. This, a 6-year-old son of Blame for trainer Jimmy Watkins and the Let It Roll With It LLC. Bred by Mike and Catherine Ball in the great state of Kentucky, or I should say the Commonwealth of Kentucky. This horse is 0 for 7 at the distance with a 2nd and 2/3. Possesses a very strong Brisnet speed number, though. One of the tops, in fact, the 2nd best in the group. So I kind of like this horse's chances. Speed-wise, I think there's enough speed that sets up for him to make one run, and you get the high-flying Johannes Arengaren, who is currently 2nd in the jockey standings here. 2-horse comes into play. That will be Governor Hank. Now, Governor Hank is the one everybody thinks you got to beat. Even money on the line. An overlay at 7-2 for Terry Lovinger and my good friend, Mr. John Maroney. Not saying that Terry isn't a friend. He's also a good friend. Bred by Terry and Lovinger at the Lovinger Love Acres in the great state of California. A 4-year-old son of Governor Charlie, whose grandsire was Midnight Loot. It's an interesting horse. This is one that's been here for quite some time. This 4-year-old, I guess as a 2-year-old, they had a feeling wasn't going to cut it in Southern California, so they moved him out to the Midwest. And since then, it's done okay. A couple of winners, one of the winners at the current distance, 2 for 12 with 4 seconds and 3/3. They've amassed $54,000. Considering the horse went for $8,500 at a CTBA sale in 2024. Good for them. This is a horse that's got some speed and gets the leading rider, Alexander Bendesu, so won't be surprised for trainer Steve Manley if this one goes to lead again. It's shown some fight. Last time out got beat ahead, but was in a ding-dong battle the whole way around, so I totally get this one. 7 horses, Red Speedo, probably the speed of the speed. Harry Lynch looking for a hat trick. 3 in a row. Yeah, 3-year-old son of Game Winner. This horse was a winner of the last 2 of the last 3 starts, both at 5 and 5.5 furlongs. Now, that 6 furlongs race, they showed speed and then they just kind of backed out of it back on May 30th. So we'll have to see how they come back on this one. No published works, but considering that was 17 days ago, I don't necessarily expect for this level of horse. They usually race into shape. Rounding out the top 4 will be the 4, Cutlass King. Victor Laura getting the call, the 7-pound apprentice, another one for Harry Lynch. Had a good second 2 back, but that was in the mud. So the question is, are the best efforts on the off going? If so, it's tough to make the case. 0 for 4 this year with a 2nd and 3rd. The Brisnet speed numbers don't quite stack up against the first 2 that we talked about. But this one's got speed also. And probably, if I had to guess, will be sitting just behind the early pace setters. If they get the opportunity, then they make that run. The one thing I can tell you is it goes from one 7-pound apprentice to another. Arengaren could have ridden this one, but opts for the 5 shortstop, who she had won and ridden before. So they get Victor Lara. Lara's having a huge meet with the opportunities he's made. He's hitting at 30%. He is eclipsing Arengaren in percentage. 8 for 27, although Arengaren has far more rides, 15 of 75. So, kind of how I'm seeing it in this situation, 5, 2, 7, 4. I'm going to use 3 horses. That's right, 3 in this late pick 4. We got knocked out on that last race for the pick 3 and the pick 4 early, pick 5 rather. So we're going to try it. We're going to use the 2, 5, and 7. but we're going to use the 5 shortstop, hopefully getting to home plate.
Race number 5. 3-year-olds and up that have not won 3 races in their lifetime. $15,000 claiming price. The distance, 3/4 of a mile. No changes to the program in the 5th. Race number 5 starts the late dollar pick 4 sequence. Here are your changes for the next 4 races. 5th race is clear. In the upcoming 6th race, scratch the 1 Macho Ronnie. No changes to the 7th. In the 8th race, number 1 Turtle Pace, 1 pound over. The 2 arose for Lily, 1 pound over. The 3 Ladies Legacy, 2 pounds over. Make the rider on the 5, I'm the Innocent One, Julio Felix. Those are your remaining changes for the late dollar pick 4. Next live racing card happens this Saturday at 1:30. Hope you can join us. 68 horses for 8 races, as we have an average of well over 8 on Saturday. Hope you can join us. Should be a beautiful afternoon. First of 8, Saturday at 1:30. Four minutes. Two minutes. 1 minute. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. Loading in for race 5. Steve moves up. There goes Cutlass King. Shortstop moves up. Governor Hank. Sky Lane. Governor Hank is very much resisting, as most governors do. Red Speedo is up on the outside, still waiting on Governor Hank and Nation's Dream. Yeah, Ryder is off now. The 2, Governor Hank, Alex Bendezu. Other 5 already loaded are A-OK. Not the best of signs for the 2-1 second choice currently. Okay, seems to be assisted in there. Front gates closed. Jockey back aboard. Now Nation's Dream. They're in the gate. Kelly Mulvaney will get to the button. Just about set. And they're off. Really good start on the outside for Red Speedo and Cutlass King. These two tear out in tandem. Steve is forwardly placed, going to swoop underneath and take that rail position to heart and go right to the front. Following the inside flow is one of your top two choices, Governor Hank, who's now taking over second. Well back on the outside is Nation's Dream, passed by Shortstop, who's zooming on up under the Bug Girl on the inside rail, and last down the backstretch is Skylane. Closely knit bunch for now, only about 6.5 separates them. As they go past the 3/8 on their way to the 550, it's Steve at 15-1, out by a length. Oncoming Cutlass King second. Governor Hank, reluctant to load, is still in the trifecta as they spin in. Shortstop has 5 lengths to make up and is dwindling along the inside. Outside is Red Speedo, who's giving his all but is gone. On the lead is Steve. Here comes Shortstop. Governor Hank is trying to be resurgent. Cutlass King is fighting back. The split comes from Nation's Dream. Deep stretch. Here's Governor Hank. Here's Shortstop. These two are the ones, but it's Governor Hank to score. Shortstop will be second. Nation's Dream was third, and then Cutlass King. Unofficially 2, 5, 3, and 4. That is unofficial. Two to 1 second choice got it done over your favorite at 9-5 in second. 5-1 was Nation's Dream. And then the 4 completed the superfecta. Pretty formful. Cutlass King on the board at 7-1. Now official with prices for the 5th race. Governor Hank paid $643, $62.80. Race 4 and 5 double, $87.50. Early pick 4, $367. $10 superfecta for race 5, $10.28. Please welcome back to the winner's enclosure, number 2, Governor Hank and jockey Alexander Bendezu. Co-owned by Terry Levenger and John Maroney, trained by Steve Manley, 4-year-old gelded son of Governor Charlie, out of the Surcat Mare Run, Kitty Run, California bred by its winning ownership. Congratulations, gentlemen. 2-1 second choice. The pick 5, $616.55 for 50 cents. Pick 3 for races 3, 4, and 5, $220.70. And again, the early pick 4, $367. Race number 6 coming up. We go Two turns in the next couple of races. A mile 70 yards next. Scratch the one. Macho Ronnie has been scratched. Post time for that coming up in 19 minutes. Congratulations in the winner's circle. Groom of the Week.
Welcome back, everybody. 15 minutes to post for race number 6. Congratulations out to John Maroney, owner, and his partner, Terry Lovinger, with that victory, with the governor getting the victory there in the race. Governor Hank, well done. That was a lot of guts down the stretch. Welcome back, everybody. Remember, for those of you watching out on YouTube, I'm doing it right now. It's a very simple thing. Just go to YouTube on the channel, go over and dial in Fairmount Park horse racing, and it'll come right up. It's just that simple. Want to say before we go any further, the Groom of the Week will be presented after this coming up 6th race on the card is from the Ben DeLong barn. Gerardo Sanchez. Gerardo Sanchez is the Groom of the Week. Congratulations to him from everybody, from Jimmy Watkins and the ILHBPA and everyone at Excel Entertainment. Let's get right to it. Mile and 70 yards of distance, the final pick three of the afternoon. Let's take a look at the runners. Good looking field of 8, now down to 7 with the scratch of Macho Ronnie. Horse in front of us there, that is the 6, top selection for yours truly at 3-1. What do we do with this one? That is Tap in Your Blue Jeans for Ralph Martinez. This horse was claimed off of Scotty Becker by Gabe Rutana back in October. On May 5th, Gabe Rutana had it claimed off of by Ralph Martinez. Neither race, I would say, was one to write home about, but he's coming right back into the same condition. Brisnet speed numbers-wise is the second top, and it's only a point separating the top from the second spot. Alexander Bendesu gets the call. I believe this is the first time he has been aboard this one. This horse is a 2 for 5 with a third place in 5 starts at the distance of 1 mile and 70 yards. Does have 2 winners and 2/3 here at Fairmount Park and is approaching $55,000 in earnings. Just to the outside of them is the horse I think a lot of people feel you got to beat, and that is Gold Smoke. Eddie Essenpriest and Shelly Essenpriest. Big day for them so far. See if they can pick up another winner. 7-year-old son of Mineshaft, grandsire AP Indy, so you would think the longer the better with this one. 3 wins, a second and 3/3, 7 of 11 starts at the distance of 1 mile and 70 yards, and does possess the top speed index number in the group. Round our attention out to the outside. That's the 8 Gold Jerry. Bit of a price, 12-1 on the morning line. I didn't think you'd get that, and right now you aren't. 7-1 for trainer Ben DeLong, as we mentioned. Ben DeLong's groom of the week. Congratulations also to the Ben DeLong barn. Interesting horse. I don't see a tremendous amount of speed in this race. In fact, I think Gold Smoke, if they won it, the lead is theirs. With Macho Ronnie out, that kind of changes the complexion of the race. But Gold Jerry will be one of those horses that's sitting in that second, maybe third tier, hoping there's a bit of a pace hookup and then try to make it. 0 for 2 is yet to hit the board in those lifetime tries there. But we used all 3 of them in our late pick 4 sequence. Rounding out the top 4 for myself, 2 horse, Can't Steal My Thunder. Well, apparently we can. 7-year-old son of Dialed In. The grandsire Mineshaft, the celebrated sire Rock Hard 10 is the sire of the Dam Joyce. Rock Hard 10 was a winner of multiple graded races, including the Grade 1 Malibu, which at Santa Anita Park was always considered the keystone of racing to opening day at the Great Race Place the day after Christmas. This is one that, has seen probably better days. The last win comes on July 12th of last year. That style, I think, gets the job done here. That was also against Starter Company. 2 for 13 at the distance, 4 seconds. Right there with those Brisnet speed index numbers. So at 8-1, if you got some extra ducats for the late pick 3, you might want to include this one. I'm taking a look at the horse. He's going around. Looks to be in a good spot. Nice and relaxed, ears going back and forth. You look at a horse like this, nice 7-year-old gelding. They usually don't act up that much, unless that's just in their nature. So, 6, 7, 8, 2. My selections here in this race. We are using the 6, 7, and 8 for second leg of our late pick 4, but this is also the start of the late pick 3. Horses coming out shortly. Good luck, everybody.
We go the 1 mile, 70-yard distance, $5,000. The claiming price, non winners in 2026. Scratch number one, Macho Runny. Win, play, show wagering available. You have exacta, trifecta, rolling doubles, superfectas. The final pick three of the card starts in 7 minutes. You have 3 minutes. You still have 1 minute for all bets in race number 6. They're now on slow approach to the starting gate. They've reached the gate. Final wagers. Can't Steal My Thunder is in. Crepe Yarns. Tapping Your Blue Jeans. Waiting on Best Man Speech. Best Man Speech, 16-1, highest odds on the board. Is in. Midnight Alex, Gold Smoke. Last one in will be Gold Jerry. They're in the gate. And they're off. Perfect dispatch. Gold Smoke gonna go, but none quicker away than Midnight Alex, and towards the rail, Can't Steal My Thunder. So in the early stages as they bend left for the first turn, Can't Steal My Thunder a bit head keen. Midnight Alex gonna go on with it. The next two from the outside stall are Gold Smoke and Gold Jerry. And then next in the pinstripes for Ralph Martinez, Tapping Your Blue Jeans is 5th and wider up the track. Best Man Speech runs back in 6th, and 7th down the back stretches, Crepe Yarns. They sort each other out past the 6 furlong, and now the 5.5 goes by. Not much pace on. Can't Steal My Thunder by a half a length over Midnight Alex. Battling 3rd and 4th, Gold Smoke and Gold Jerry. Out and about the 5 path is Gold Jerry. Well maintained in 5th is Tapping Your Blue Jeans. Tapping Your Blue Jeans has 2 of them beaten. Oncoming is Crepe Yarns to inch closer, and Best Man Speech, unheralded on the board, is way back there. Under the drive, trying to steal it, is Can't Steal My Thunder, out by a length. Gonna have to fend off on the outside, Gold Smoke. Midnight Alex is called upon and is the meat in the sandwich. Far back, retreating, is Gold Jerry. Here comes Tapping Your Blue Jeans, who's gaining up from 5th and now gonna go 4 wide as they go past the quarter pole and into the home stretch. They all have to snag Gold Smoke, out by 3. It's Tapping Your Blue Jeans, a clear-cut 2nd. Back into it is Gold Jerry to hit the board. Faltering late is Midnight Alex, but there's no catching Gold Smoke. to score by just about 3.5. Fighting on back for the exacta, a game Midnight Alex over Tapping Your Blue Jeans, and then it was Gold Jerry in fourth. Seven and a photo for second. Going to go to the 4, unofficially Midnight Alex. Seven, 4, 6, and 8. Back into the winner's enclosure, winner of today's 6th live race, number 7, Gold Smoke, and jockey Adamar Santos with a riding double. It's a training double for Mr. Eddie S. Price. Owned by Shelley S. Price. Gold Smoke is a 7-year-old gelded son of Mineshaft out of the Danehill Dancer mare, Alluvial Gold. Bred in Kentucky by T.C. Stables, LLC. Off odds 1-2. Congrats to Admar Santos and trainer Eddie S. Price on their winning doubles today. The exacta $6.80, trifecta $8.35. Pick 3 for races 4, 5, and 6, $97.10. Coming up, race number 7. We go 8.5 furlongs coming up, 1 mile and a 16th. That is the distance of the St. Louis Derby, which will be here a few Saturdays from this weekend on August 29th. Hope you can join us. Post time for that in 19 minutes.
14 minutes to post for race number 7. Welcome back, everybody. The late daily double here on the Tuesday card. So glad you could join us. For those of you who sometimes can't make it out here, I would highly suggest the YouTube channel. It is YouTube Live, and you, of course, get an opportunity to see some of the racing there. Let's get down to the horses in the paddock. 14 minutes to post, race number 7. Who sometimes can't make it out here, I would highly suggest the YouTube channel. As far as the field is concerned, could be some in several group here as we are looking at the field, and for the most part, I'm not really sure if you would try to beat the favorite in this situation, but for all I can say, we're going to try and do it. The horse in question, this is the 7 horse. I'm going to try to beat the favorite in this mile and a 16th non-winners of 4 with Mystic Power. Now, Mystic Power is an interesting horse for several reasons. Comes off a nice win in a non-winners 4 going a mile. First time stretching out of the new year. Both the races since coming back to Fairmount Park I thought were strong enough. The downside, this horse is an 0 for 8, but has knocked on the door 4 of the 8 starts. Javier Tavares gets the call for Jose Rodriguez, still looking for his first winner here at the meet, but they're adding blinkers. Now, it could be, as you can see, it could be for focus, it could be to get some more speed out of him. Drawing the outside post, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to get involved a lot quicker. The horse makes sense. Again, he's just a horse that doesn't win a lot of races. But if you look at the field, nobody is. So I think it's a must-use, obviously the 1, Burn and Tune. But I still think the 7 horse, Mystic Power, definitely makes sense. And we're going to get a good price here, 8-1. In the call, and I can see I'm the only one making that assumption, and I'm probably wrong, but sometimes you got to try to go hunting for a price. Can't say anything bad about the 1 Burn and Tune. Burn and Tune makes tremendous sense. Dropping out of a starter allowance here for a non-winners of 4 for Steve Manley, everything is pointing towards a win. My only question is that last race was just not good. They claimed this horse for $25,000. Off of Maggie Moss. Good afternoon, Maggie. And trainer Tom Amos back in March. Tom now, I believe is retired from the training operation and is now a full-time broadcaster. Way to go, Tom. You do both exceptionally well. This horse doesn't have a lot of speed. I think most of the speed is going to be coming from the 4 to the 7 panel in this particular race. So they're going to have to get a little pace at them. That other race was just so bad. Obviously, the drop to non-winners of 4, they haven't been in this category since they were racing down to Louisiana Downs last summer, and they did quite well at this level. So I get the idea. 5 for 7 hitting the board, 2 winners, a second and 2 thirds. Brisnet Power number, it's good, but it's definitely not the top of the field. That's why I kind of decided to try to beat them. Now, I've included in the pick 4. If we get them home, I'm fine with that. But I figured now's the time to take a shot at a price. 3 horse in line is Patch O'Brien for Tammy Hornsby in the Fernando Behina barn formerly. Comes in with this Kentucky bred who had been racing all winter long and spring over at Oaklawn Park. Did get a win against a conditional 10,000 going a mile and a 16th. So I won't be shocked if they're there. Money-wise, I just decided to keep the ticket nice and affordable. Rounding out the 4, we'll go with the 2 Dinner at Crumpy's. We had this horse last time out and got the win off the freshening trip from Oaklawn Park. 2 for 26 at the distance. 4 seconds, 4 thirds, so 10 of the 26 have hit the board. Possesses what could be the top Brisnet speed index for the distance. So that might be good enough to get the job done here. But like I said, financially I decided to, economize would be the best way to put it. So, as far as this race is concerned, 7-1-3-2. Is how we see it in this race. Final daily double of the card for those of you still alive in the late pick 4 and the late pick 3. Good luck.
We had two claims from our previous race, race number 6. The winner, Gold Smoke, goes to new owner Joe Rule, new trainer Dennis Higgins. That's the 7, Gold Smoke. And the 4, the runner-up, Midnight Alex, goes to Jose Rodriguez, JNN Thoroughbreds, LLC. Coming out onto the track, as far as I know, for race number 7, we go 8 1/2 furlongs, a mile and a 16th, 15,000 the claiming price. 3-year-olds and up that have never won 4 races. And there are no changes to race number 7. The full slew in your betting guides. It's time to play the late daily double. You have superfecta, trifecta, exacta, win, play, show, wagering, post time 5 minutes. You still have at least 2 minutes. Next live racing card, Saturday at 1:30, the first of 8. Packed fields, great betting opportunities. Hope you can make it here on Saturday. Should be about 80 degrees, much like it is right now without the rain earlier. You have an extra minute for all wagers here in race 7. Time to play the late daily double with races 7 and 8. Eighth and final race after this one with a full gate of 12. Remember Julio Felix to ride the 5, I'm the Innocent One. Field of 7 approaching the starting gate. Field has reached the starting gate, loading up. Heavily back, Burnin' Tune. Night Wind. Dinner at Crumpy's. Moving in with Shaggy Edge. Archie Road. Patch O'Brien. Last in, Mystic Power. They're in the gate. And they're off. Good start for Dinner at Crumpy's. Got the jump on him with Nightwind up close. Next comes Arky Road, forwardly placed, and the rail goes to your favorite Burnin' Tune in the opening furlong. So Burnin' Tune's going to guide him around the first of two turns. Running up into second is Nightwind. Placed farther out is Arky Road. On the inside of that comes Dinner at Crumpy's after a promising beginning. Those two battle for third and fourth. Next and fifth comes Patch O'Brien. Has two of them passed. That's Shaggy Edge, and on the outside of Shaggy Edge is Mystic Power. About 9 lengths separates this group, 24 2/5 of a second down the back stretch. Burnin' Tune out by a couple of lengths from Nightwind, placed second. Next comes Dinner at Crumpy's, looking for another distance win up into third. Parked on the outside of that comes Arky Road. A couple of lengths back to Patch O'Brien and Mystic Power, and dwindling far back is Shaggy Edge, about 12 lengths last. The opening half mile in 48 2/5 of a second. Burnin' Tune trying to take them gate to wire. They're past the 3/8 on to the 550. It's Burnin' Tune who's widening by 3. Both under rides, Dinner at Crumpy's, and that one's outside is Arky Road. They're faltering. Here comes a move. Saving ground is Mystic Power from far back. Circling up is Patch O'Brien. On the front throughout has been Burnin' Tune. Shifting out from the inside is Mystic Power, but it's all Burnin' Tune from here on out. Burnin' Tune and a wavering Mystic Power. That's your exacta here in the 7th. 6-5. By 3 lengths, Burnin' Tune over Mystic Power. Dinner at Crumpy's third, and Patch O'Brien. Race 7 now official. Burnin' Tune $440, $280. Trifecta $20.35. Race 6 and 7 double, just $3.60. Moving into the winner's enclosure, winner of today's 7th race, number 1 Burnin' Tune and jockey Victor Lara with a riding double. It's a training double for Steve Manley. Burnin' Tune is owned by Merritt Hudson. Bred in Kentucky by Leatherback Stables Incorporated. There's a 5-year-old gelded son of Bernardini out of the Distorted Humor mare, Distorted Music. The winning time for a 1 1/16, 1:47 2, 147.50. All 7 ran in race number 7, the 8th and final race coming up next at Fairmount Park in 20 minutes.
13 minutes to post for our 8th and final here on the Tuesday card. Welcome back, everybody. Reminder, as Keith has already talked about, I'm going to do it too. This Saturday, going through the card even as we speak. It is a solid card, top to bottom. Looks like there's plenty of opportunities. Might even be a few price horses spattered throughout the card. So I would definitely, if you're in the anywhere in the Collinsville area, you definitely need to come on by. 1:30 post and an 8-race card, as you mentioned, about 80 degrees this time of year. That is perfect conditions. Pick 4 is not looking, we're alive, but it's looking pretty chalky. I thought we might get that price home in the last race, but we had to be the runner-up. So try to get whatever we can in this last one. The horses are in the paddock. Let's take a closer look. As far as the race is concerned, like I said, it's kind of setting up for a chalk. But the 8-horse Carazest for owners Charles Ritter and Scott Becker. This is one of their homebreds. You guessed it, 3-year-old daughter of Galib. In the debut, these are the kind of horses that I like. Well meant by the public, boxed in, not a great trip the whole way around, and still ended up second best, well clear of the 3rd horse in a field of 8. So I think this horse makes a lot of sense. I expect to see them forwardly placed. I like her looks. She's a good-looking gray. 3-year-old daughter of Galib. Ears kind of going forward. She came over with the blinkers on, but there are several of them have. I don't mind once they have a race in their belt. Should be in a good spot and gets the leading rider, Alexander Bendesu, aboard. Go to the rail. This is the other Becker. The conspiracy theorists always say go with the higher odds. And right now you're getting a solid 5-1 on turtle pace. Hopefully not so. Horse has got some speed. Another one, Well Meant, was the betting favorite on May 26th. Had an outside trip and just got tired. Probably got a lot of oxygen in the lungs, so they definitely got something out of it. That work prior to the race was a 41-1. I'm surprised they even called that a work for 3 furlongs. It was the 16th of 16 going. But if you read between the lines, May 12th, they put a 48-3, got cleared from the gate, 4th of 32 that morning. And I just think the race was coming up on the 26th. The horse is on a schedule. Most race horses are. And that's kind of what happened here. They just said, look, just go around, make sure that she knows this is what she does for a living, and then move on from there. 2-horse is A Rose for Lily. Good day for the Essenpress stables. This horse making the debut. The barn hits at about 8% with 26. Breeding-wise, it's a Medaglia d'Oro, mineshaft on the dam side. I'm not sure 5.5 furlongs really is what this horse wants to do. This could be just off a jumping off point. But the works give the indication that they probably will be looking for some sort of if they can't win, they at least want to learn something. The great Hall of Famer Chris McCarron always said before you get on a horse, he's with a new one. Mike Smith also says that if we can't win, let's at least learn something. And I think that's probably what's going on here. Round out the top 4, another first-time starter for the Essenpress stables. Libby Lou, by the same owners. And, oh, by the way, breeders. Libby Lou gets Rainer Arietta aboard. Decent 103-2 work. I'm assuming Arietta was probably aboard that day. This horse, a little more bred for the 5.5. It's a flat-out 3-year-old daughter from a street sense mare, a little bit of sense. So I give this horse a shot. As we mentioned, the barn, 8% with 26 of them. I usually wait till I get a sample of at least 50 before I start making a decision one way or the other. So 8-1-2-4 is how I see it here in the nightcap. Remember, on Saturday, we got ourselves a 1:30 post and what looks to be a very intriguing 8-race card. For everyone here, Mr. Keith Nelson at the mic, all of our friends at Excel Entertainment. I am Peter Lurie, just saying good luck in the nightcap. Have yourself a wonderful evening. Be well to each other, and we'll see you again next time. Good night.
Illinois bred or foaled, maiden fillies and mares to sprint 5 1/2 furlongs for our eighth and last race. $38,000 purse plus a field size bonus. Julio Felix to ride number 5. I'm the innocent one. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. We have a late scratch in race number 8. Advice of the track veterinarian by order of the steward. Scratch number 5, I'm the innocent one. Number 5 has been withdrawn. Use the 5 in your late doubles. You'll receive a consolation double. Number 5, I'm the innocent one, is a late scratch. Fillies and mares headed to the starting gate. Final bets for the 8th and last. They've reached the starting gate. Turtle pace, the rider is off, loading in without. And we have a horse that is loose. And that would be the 8 if you're scoring at home, one of the 2 Becker runners. So we'll have another announcement here. The 8 is loose, and careful to the barn area. Attention, barn area. The 8 is coming back to the stalls. Attention, barn area. The 8 is coming back home. Heads up. Obviously, scratch the 8 will not be taking part in the race, wants to go home and eat. The 8, Caragist, is out. So 2 late scratches, meaning we'll have multiple late daily double consolations. We'll go through them all after this race is made official, if and when. So late scratches of the 5 and the 8. Been advised by the track stewards we will have an extra 3 minutes of downtime here before they load in again. 3 minutes. One minute. 1 minute till the 8th. Getting set to remount and load in again. Final wagers for the eighth and last. Couple left to load. Malala missed a coin. Now Malala's acting up. Jockey climbing back on the 6, just about set. In the gate. Ready. And they're off. Really good beginning for Malala, who jumps out with Turtle Pace. Turtle Pace has the front. Malala second. A Rose for Lily on debut now takes over the running on the inside. Well on the outside from the gate, Enchanted Moment has a chance and is now placed fourth. Fifth is Lady's Legacy. Fifth on the outside comes Lady's Legacy, but flying up on the outside is Red Dover. Next from the outside in, moving on up in the purple cap is Keo's Sister, gaining up on the rail. On the inside, Libby Lou is trying to challenge now Chinatown Girl, who's far, far back. By the quarter pole they go in the get-out race. New leader, Malala, takes over from Turtle Pace. Up into second, a very good third so far for A Rose for Lily. Back and forth is Lady's Legacy. Now coming back is Turtle Pace. Turtle Pace inside the final 16th. Good going for Miss DeCoin along the fence. Here's A Rose for Lily. A Rose for Lily on debut, and the Bug Girl gets another one. Photo second could be Malala or the debuting Miss DeCoin. Faltering for fourth was Turtle Pace. Number 2, A Rose for Lily on debut. Another for Eddie Essen Price on the card. About 2 first-time starters in the exacta. 7-1 over 21-1. Over 3-1 over even money. Welcome to the winner's circle. Batting 1,000 now is number 2, A Rose for Lily, and apprentice jockey Johannes Arangeren. Bred in Illinois by Pete Raymond. Co-owned by Scott and Frank Racing LLC, Frank Payne and Pete Raymond. Eddie Essen Price with 3 training victories today. A Rose for Lily is a 3-year-old daughter of Den's Legacy out of the Mineshaft mare. A Rose for Mineshaft, bred in Illinois. Congratulations to the winning connections. 1640, 980, 560. Miss DeCoin, 2340 to place, $13 to show. Malala, 1320 to show. The late pick 3, $33.80. 10-cent superfecta, $131.80. Consolation double, 1 with 5, $3. The actual, 1 with 2, $14.20. The trifecta, $193. The pick 4, $130.30. The 1-8 consolation double, $1.60. And there you have it. Many thanks to you for joining us. Again, late scratches in the 8th and last. The 5 and the 8 did not play here in the 8th. We'll see you back here Saturday, the first of 8 races at 1:30.